Hello, hello. Shagato known here. Welcome to Metal Gear Solid 2 here on the 15th of January 2023, local time 10:05. And well, this is going to be a big old beefy boy to get started because we're going to do this the right way. We're going to explore the stuff that's in the game and it's a big old beefy boy, okay? So it's going to take a little bit. We got some extra goodies and stuff in this game. We're going to kind of ignore that a little bit. That's not relevant to what we're going to be doing, but we are going to check out some of this extra stuff, okay? But first, let's recap. Let me give my recap on just some of the stuff that happened with Metal Gear Solid. I want to make this very quick, but essentially, we had in the year 2005, Shadow Moses Island was a secret nuclear disposal facility which was actually being used to develop a new Metal Gear weapon. This Metal Gear weapon had a ray gun which could be used to accelerate and launch a nuclear weapon that is undetectable by conventional means. A group of terrorists, if you will, has captured that weapon. The group is the Foxhound unit, which Solid Snake used to be a part of. So the full cast of members is Decoy Octopus, Sniper Wolf, Vulcan Raven, Psycho Mantis, Revolver Ocelot, and it's being led by Liquid Snake. And we find out a lot of very interesting information because two of our big objectives were to go in and rescue the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and the president of Arms Tech, the weapons manufacturer, Baker. I can't remember his first name all of a sudden, but Baker, and we're supposed to rescue both of them. They both die of a heart attack. It turns out later on we learned that that wasn't actually the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, disguised as DARPA chief, trying to get information from us because they had actually killed the DARPA chief before during the interrogation. And the reason they were dying of these heart attacks is because Snake was injected with a virus called FoxDie. And it's a genetic retrovirus programmed to attack people based on their genetic code. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on there. So we infiltrate Shadow Moses, we find out about Metal Gear. We meet up with the chief engineer of it, Dr. Hal Emmerich, or Otacon. We find an old friend of Snake's in the cyborg ninja, who actually turns out to be Gray Fox, who they brought back to life and experimented on and did all kinds of crazy stuff. And it turns out that he was the brother figure to Dr. Naomi Hunter, who's the one that injected us with FoxDie. She wanted revenge on us for killing him in the past and everything. So there's a whole thing there. I feel like this is a little bit disjointed, but it's okay. Just kind of bear with me because we're going to get some better info in just a moment. But so there's a lot of stuff going on there. They kind of pull her off of the mission because they're like, yo, she's double crossed us. Everything's going crazy there. Gray Fox gets a little bit of chance at redemption when he actually helps us fight Metal Gear. And he sacrifices himself basically to let us live. So the big thing I kind of want to hone in on though is that, we go in, we infiltrate this island. We end up having to encounter Metal Gear because we can't stop it. In fact, we were tricked into starting it because they didn't have the passcodes because they couldn't get them from the DARPA chief and stuff, right? So they tricked us into activating Metal Gear. And then once it was active, we have to fight it, of course. And suspiciously, Ocelot, who, by the way, he had lost an arm earlier from Gray Fox, suspiciously, he just disappeared, right? So there was some open-ended stuff there, and that's one of the things I want to hone in on is really what did we leave open from last time? Because I don't want to talk about what is or is not going to be relevant, but there were a lot of things that were brought up near the the middle to the end of the game that we never really saw resolution on. So I think that'd be important to just recap on real quick. There was a lot of talk between Ocelot and Liquid about one of Ocelot's allies, Sergei Gurlukovich, And basically they have a bunch of soldiers and everything, and they were talking about using those soldiers to help the rebellion and everything that Liquid's running as he's trying to build his outer heaven, the dream of Big Boss, right? And it's kind of interesting because Liquid is all obsessed with his genetics, and he resents Big Boss, and he's like, I've got all the recessive genes, I'm inferior. It turns out we learn after the credits that apparently the inferior one was the victor. So apparently Solid Snake is actually the one with the recessive genes, if you will. We learned a lot of other interesting things there too, because we heard that Ocelot was speaking to the president, and he also said no one knows that there was a third. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself to run the world, or whatever he said. And he called him Solidus. So that's all just post-credits right there, and it's like, oh, you're dropping stuff on us, right? You got a lot of stuff going on. So there's a lot of stuff there. Just kind of just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks real quick. It's not meant to be a full recap, but I said we got a big old beefy boy here, so we're gonna have to get started on this so we can get into the game. We're gonna check the previous story here, so we can just get some recaps, and that's why I said it's gonna be a big old beefy boy. And welcome, Tusk, by the way. I am seeing you. I hope you're having a good one. And let's do these recaps and stuff. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, The Unofficial Truth. Author Nastasha Romanenko. Reviewed by George Franklin. Some topics in the recent American past have the immediacy and the power that still engage our collective imagination. Names like the Grassy Knoll or Roswell roll off our tongue with deliberateness reserved by most other nations for Holy Lands. With this new non-fiction account from Nastasha Romanenko, Shadow Moses, the scene of a nuclear siege 2 years ago, is set to join their ranks. Official history states that the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal facility on a lonely outpost in the Fox Islands, Alaska, was the work of a radical right-wing group. Their demands for the release of group members incarcerated in federal penitentiaries were never met, and the incident was speedily resolved by the successful deployment of a commando unit. BS, the author asserts. Romanenko says that she served as an advisor to the nuclear emergency search team, and deconstructs what she claims to be a cover-up story by the government with precision. According to the author, Shadow Moses Island was nothing less than the U.S. Army's testing grounds for a top-secret weapon known as Metal Gear Rex, an all-terrain bipedal tank with advanced nuclear capabilities. As for the facility's takeover, Romanenko alleges that it was the U.S. military's own shadowy wetworks force, known as Foxhound, that staged an armed insurrection in a bid for Rex's possession. The government responds to this crisis by sending in a lone operative, a former Foxhound member known only by the codename Solid Snake, into Shadow Moses. His infiltration is aided by a remote mission control team consisting of an unidentified Colonel Campbell, a Foxhound medical chief Naomi, a radar and electronics expert Mei Ling, supposedly a teenager, and the author herself. Once on the island, Snake joins forces with Metal Gear's developer turned prisoner Otacon to eradicate the weapon of mass destruction. Among the other remarkable characters that make an appearance in Romanenko's expose is another Foxhound commando, a revolver virtuoso called Shalashaska, aka Revolver Ocelot. One of the most controversial allegations in the book deals with this figure's connection to a disavowed Russian militia led by a Colonel Gurlukovich. Romanenko paints a bleak picture of a 1,000-strong, highly disciplined army with nuclear weaponry operating covertly within the American border. Even more irresistible to conspiracy scholars and students of recent history is her thinly veiled suggestion that the whole affair was planned from the beginning by certain forces inside the U.S. government. The U.S. Army and the usual suspect of federal agencies have issued a statement denouncing the book as a complete fabrication. However, with the number of detailed eyewitness accounts that back up the author's assertions cropping up daily on the web, the denials serve more to enhance the book's growing reputation. Shadow Moses is an engrossing read for casual and serious readers alike, and promises to involve readers in a meaty debate over the truth of the matter for many years to come. Excerpted from the literary review column All Booked Up, the New York Mirror. So there we have a short little recap of, it's kind of a very high-level view of what went on. Yeah, what I was saying a minute ago, by the way, is it's just interesting that Liquid's like, I'm going to revive the Big Boss's vision, outer heaven, but he also resents Big Boss. He resents himself. So it's very interesting that he latched onto the same idea. And he very much, contrary to what Naomi was telling us, he very much was chained to his genes and everything. He felt like, well, I've got to be what's in my genes. There is no other option. And Naomi told us, like, be different, right? So just very interesting there. Okay. Now, that was not bad, right? I said there's going to be a big old beefy boy to get us started. Well, the shocking conspiracy behind Shadow Moses. Yep, you read that right, 129 pages. The Shocking Conspiracy Behind Shadow Moses by Gary McGolden. The island of Shadow Moses lies due north of Alaska's Fox Islands, deep in the Arctic Circle. Above one of its rocky cliffs stands a cabin normally used for meteorological surveys, and it was here that I found myself, seated on a chair with my hands bound behind my back and a burlap sack covering my entire head. A blizzard rages outside, and the cabin was a dark, silent patch somewhere inside the storm. I could sense at least 4 men around me. They had been interrogating me for what felt like hours now. The burlap sack is pungent with the traces of coffee beans. In the biting cold of the cabin, images of Brazil come to me unbidden. Alleys coiled through with vivid, untended profusion of flowers, children with skin like frothy chocolate, sunshine capable of burning out the cornea, erupting between palm fronds. I can feel my senses starting to fail. The man in front of me asks for the 2nd or the 100th time, I'm going to ask you again, what's in the optical disc? Told you I don't know. I just found it, okay? Are you lying, you bastard? A fist explodes into the pit of my stomach, bringing up a peanut butter sandwich of many hours ago along with the rusty taste of blood. The relentless beating and numerous knife cuts of the past hour have my whole body screaming with pain, but I refuse to tell them what they wanted. I had too much invested at this point, too many days of dangerous investigation into the story of a lifetime. There was no way I was going to give it all up at this point. That's enough, a voice spoke up from somewhere in the back of the cabin. We have the disc back. Just get rid of him so we can get out of this place. Even in my current sorry state, I was still a journalist, he had said. We have the disc back. That meant that my hosts were the original owners of that optical disc. The last piece of the puzzle was in its place. I knew beyond a shadow of doubt that everything recorded on the disc was true, and that the conspiracy I'd suspected did in fact exist. At that moment I heard a window shatter. The raging storm outside seemed to gain entry to the cabin in an instant, and I heard thin screams from the captors that encircled my chair. The next second, they had already fallen heavily onto the floor. The brief confusion ended before I regained enough presence of mind to even panic. Whoever was now here, whatever had happened, my tormentors were obviously out of commission. But now I could hear measured footsteps approaching across the floor. If this person had just saved my life, who was it? Or was I about to share the other's fate? The footsteps came to a halt in front of me, but strangely enough, I did not feel any sort of a presence nearby. The burlap was slowly lifted from around my head, pulled off by an unseen hand. The stinging night air cooled my face, and my eyes gradually regained focus in the darkened room. And I could finally see who it was that stood before me. Just out of the sight of most of its citizens, a massive conspiracy determines the working of this nation. Weapons of mass destruction secretly developed by the military, super soldiers re-engineered into war, machines through genetic manipulation into war machines. A killer virus that only targets specific individuals with deadly accuracy. Tanks that walk rather than roll and carry a nuclear payload. A covert organization, the third and the most powerful political party, my encounter with which landed me in this chair in the Alaskan winter. All of these are a part of the truth I found sealed within the optical disc, and I intended to share what I have learned in the pages to follow. That includes everything I now know about our government and the secret arena where an even greater power pulls the strings. This is the truth many have glimpsed but never dared to talk about. Everything detailed in this book actually happened, and after I lived it, my world was no longer the same safe place I knew. Neither, I promise, will be yours if you have the courage to keep going. It all began a month ago. The postman rings. A month before my dramatic escape from death on Shadow Moses, I was having late breakfast in my apartment in New York. Ever since an alien abduction episode in my childhood, I've been plagued by a persistent ringing in my ears. A large patch of mud was my undoing. I slipped and fell and was knocked unconscious. When I came to, it was already dawn. Later, I was trying to see the bump on the back of my head in the mirror when I saw it instead. A small hole about the size of a pinprick had been made behind my ear. You learn a little something when you watch as much TV as I did. There was no doubt that I'd been abducted by a passing UFO and had spent the hours while unconscious with alien beings. Unfortunately, no one in the area recalled seeing a UFO, and not a single person had the senses to listen to my story. I realize now that this was the day I decided to uncover the truth for a living and become a journalist. But back to the present day. It turned out that the ringing wasn't in my ear, but from the doorbell. The thing shrieked somewhere south of a baritone bat sonar, barely within the range of a human hearing. Blame the mangling it took from a particularly displeased visitor. Outside the door was the mailman, and in the mailman's hand was a thick manila envelope. On the envelope was a label addressed to me. A letter bomb! I pressed my ear against the envelope and concentrated hard, but not a tick from the thing. Of course, no one uses analog watches in bombs these days. That's why they call it the digital age. In fact, why would there even be a watch in a letter bomb? The point is that the unlucky recipient opens it and the bomb goes off, which means that it's actually the completely silent envelopes that are dangerous. I knew that opening that flap would send my eggs to the big omelet in the sky, but you don't get to be an investigative journalist for thinking inside the box. I tore through the bottom of the envelope instead. Rip. No, the contents of the suspicious envelope dropped to the floor with lightning speed. In this world, you can never be too careful. Let this be a warning to you, readers. When circumstances compel you to open an envelope from the bottom, turn it upside down first. As a rule, I discovered objects fall down, and this is what happened to the contents of my lethal envelope, straight down into a half-eaten depth of a delivery pizza forgotten on the floor. I don't recall when exactly this food item arrived on these premises, but the thing was definitely a museum piece by now. Unfortunately, it wasn't a bomb, but an optical storage disc, now liberally smeared with peanut butter. The disc was the kind that comes in a clear plastic casing, through which the rainbow sheen of the circular unit shone. I gazed into it a while, thinking of the UFO from that fateful day. Anyway, I fished the optical disc out, noting the lack of a label. A quick wash at the sink got rid of the crud it had accumulated. The disc was drying by the window as I hunted through the now harmless envelope for clues. A single sheet of Xerox paper was stuck to the inside, and it read, "From the desk of Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine. I'm mailing you this optical disc that was sent to the edit department. It's right up your alley. See if you can turn up something more. We'll do a book if you can get enough stuff together. This is your chance for a comeback, so don't screw it up. Max is an old friend and used to manage most of my book deals way back when. We hadn't seen each other much since I gave up writing. Not that he has the right to tell me about comebacks and screwing up, but I find myself growing excited by the prospect of writing another book. But there was a problem, and it was a big one. How the hell was I going to get the disc's content? The shocking truth within. My next-door neighbor is a starving college student, and I hit him up for the use of his computer now and then. I banged on his door and screamed repeatedly until he shuffled up to the door half asleep. Once inside, I made a beeline for the piece of junk and stuck the disk in the drive. The icon appeared on the display with a gentle whir. The file name read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses." But an urgent click on the icon only brought up an error message. What nefarious scheme was this? What secret encryption was preventing me from accessing the data? I clicked again and again with the same result, and started to gnaw on the keyboard in frustration. The starving student came running over, wailing about his equipment. He typed in some Moonman language, avoiding patches of my spit, and a frighteningly cheerful application startup screen appeared on the display. Then, lo and behold, I finally laid my eyes on the dense mass of text, the contents of the disk. At the very top it read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses" by Nastasha Romanenko. The starving student was being scholarly and trying to read the text over my shoulder. I knocked him out with a punch to the solar plexus and devoured the file's content. It was like a blow to the head with a frozen tuna. My brain was reeling from the shock. The file was full of wild stuff, top-secret conspiracies, incredible genetic experimentation, cold-blooded military deployment of classified weapons. This was the most incredible stuff I had ever come across. The unofficial facts according to the disk. Most readers should be aware of the series of strange military actions involving an island farther north of Alaska's Fox Islands some 2 years ago. The island was called Shadow Moses and received a series of well-documented but never explained visits of obvious significance. USS Discovery, an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, was ordered away from its designated training area and was confirmed offshore of Shadow Moses Island. It joined an E-3C AWACS that had already and suddenly been deployed to the area, with none other than Jim Hausman, the National Security Advisor, aboard. 16 hours later, 6 F-117 Nighthawks with the full payload took off from the Galena AFB for Alaska. Various theories were placed into circulation by the media at the time. Some journalists insisted it had been a foiled invasion attempt by a foreign state. Others suspected a coup d'etat by a part of the U.S. military. I myself wrote an opinion piece for a magazine explaining that Shadow Moses was the Ellis Island for the Greys. This diminutive gray race is, after all, the most famous of our alien neighbors, notorious for having secret bases all over planet Earth. But according to this file, we had all been off our marks. What had instead unfolded on Shadow Moses was the most major terrorist incident in history, an apocalyptic scenario born out of a government-developed Superman project and a doomsday weapon of the same origin. On that fateful day, the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses had suddenly been seized by an irregular operations squad called Foxhound, aided by a group of next-generation super soldiers. And what they threatened was no less than a nuclear strike against the mainland United States. So how is it that we're still alive? Apparently, we have a man known only as Solid Snake and his solitary infiltration of the disposal facility to thank for it. Believe it or not, this is only the tip of the iceberg as far as the Shadow Moses incident is concerned. The disc contains many more horrifying facts, such as major government conspiracy, a classified weapon described as a walking nuclear-capable tank, and advanced genetic manipulation projects. Many of these hidden dealings were discovered by Solid Snake as he carried out his mission, and it is now my job to relate these facts to you, the readers. But is it still a little too premature to do so? The content of the disc may, after all, be nothing more than fiction, or even a delusion. After all, who exactly is this Nastasha Romanenko? In search of Nastasha Romanenko. A quick search of the web turned up a few illuminating facts about this elusive writer. Nastasha Romanenko was at one point with the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. At the time of the Shadow Moses incident, she appears to have been a freelance military analyst. Having already resigned from the agency, nuclear and weapons technology would certainly be right up her alley, and in the disc she states that she took part in Solid Snake's mission support. Her exact role was as a member of NEST, Nuclear Emergency Search Team, providing field expertise via the radio. Her intimate involvement in the mission gives her a complete and clear grasp of the facts surrounding the case despite the government's successful cover-up. A look at Romanenko's curriculum vitae and body of papers makes her anti-nuclear stance more than obvious. That, along with all the other facts about this person, suggests that unless she suffered a sudden chemical imbalance or is plotting a second career as a Hollywood screenwriter, Nastasha Romanenko does not indulge in expounding conspiracy theories for its own sake. All very interesting. So where is Nastasha Romanenko now? I decided to give Global Elements Inc., the book's publisher, a call. Below is a complete transcript of the conversation. Hello? Listen, you leftover carnival prize. What do you know about a woman named Nastasha Romanenko? Whoever it was. Hey, your village called. They want their idiot back. And watch your language, freak. Click. Clearly they're hiding something. Why else the abrupt response and the hasty hang-up? I was on the trail of something important, something dangerous. If the content of the disc was true, this Nastasha Romanenko was definitely the woman who knew too much. Her life would be in danger, and she must either have gone to ground or was already dead. That brief telephone conversation spoke volumes. There was a contract out on her life. If this was the price of speaking the truth as described in that disc, the picture was complete. But was everything she wrote really true? I went back to my apartment and packed a bag. I was headed for Shadow Moses, the coldest place. I took a plane out to the northernmost domestic airport and went to see my cousin, John D. John D is a hardcore Alaskan and a big-eye tuna fisherman. When I asked him to drop me off at Shadow Moses Island during one of his trips out to sea, he turned pale and a nervous tic started up at the corner of his eye. Shadow Moses, are you nuts? All the other guys say the place is crawling with the military. If you get even close to the shore, they shine these huge searchlights in your face, and some of my buddies even got interrogated once. I felt the sudden chill of fear along with the certainty that I was on the right track. Ah, you're a wuss, you know that? Try being abducted by a UFO, that'll teach you what's really scary. Hey, I got a family, you know? I'm not about to go messing around with the man. Okay, you get me as close as you can then. I'll swim the rest of the way. Swim? You're going to turn into a frozen tuna treat. Don't worry about that. I have an idea. We sailed out for Shadow Moses Island that day. The trip to Shadow Moses. It was colder than the dairy section, and the boat pitched like a subway derailment on caffeine. I shook constantly from the cold, retched peanut butter into the sea, then drowned some more to keep warm. A few days passed in this pleasant fashion until John D., drawing lines on his charts, turned to me. I'm sorry, man, but this is as far as I can go. If you really want to do this thing, you're going to have to find your own way. There were at least 20 miles to Shadow Moses, according to the chart. But John D. was already a blubbering wreck, and I didn't have the heart to strong-arm him. I steeled my nerves. It's okay. Help me get ready. The plan was brilliant. I'd gutted a supersized tuna and stuffed some inflated balloons inside, along with a small oil lamp to keep the interior toasty. I would cover the length of my body with the fish and dog paddle my way to the island. Any oxygen shortage could quickly be remedied thanks to the balloon, and my landing would appear to be nothing more than a large dead fish swept ashore. All I had to do was slip out of the tuna undetected and investigate the hell out of the place. Absolutely brilliant. I bore the fishy stink of the tuna skin with proper journalistic aplomb and walked to the edge of the ship's deck. The Arctic wind was numbing even through the wetsuit, but I bade John D. a hearty farewell and jumped into the sea. But right then, disaster struck. Actually, it was the tuna spine. Its bony mass conked me hard on the back of my head from the force of the landing. I tried to right myself, but I was jammed tight against the balloons. The tuna started to sink rapidly, and I kicked my legs wildly as about a gallon of seawater rushed into my lungs. To add insult to injury, the lamp fell over, shedding its cover. I could feel the heat of the exposed flame dangerously close to my face and smell the singed hair. This is why I hate traveling. But after what felt like hours, I found myself ashore on Shadow Moses Island. Let's take a moment here to review what happened on the island on that fateful day. Romanenko's disc provides a complete answer. Shadow Moses was no ordinary weapons disposal facility, but served as a secret military training ground among other things. On that day, the Wet Works Commando unit known as Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces group were conducting joint exercises. Foxhound is an irregular squad of elite soldiers, equipped and armed to the teeth with the latest technology. They were long-time and strictly behind-the-scenes players throughout recent history, engaging in sabotage, selective assassinations, and other covert military operations. Wherever the United States could not officially intervene, whether it was a civil war, regional unrest, or other types of low-intensity conflict. Foxhound was there. It's unlikely, however, that an average citizen has ever heard of them before. These commandos remain a top-secret government project. And then there's the Next Generation Special Forces unit. This is a cutting-edge anti-terrorist force newly organized to cope with terrorist incidents specifically involving weapons of mass destruction typified in nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. They draw heavily from former mercenary ranks and are on a diet of rigorous VR training guided by the Force 21 concept. The result is combat capability, which is rumored to surpass even those of Delta Force and DevGru, formerly known as SEAL Team 6. Most frightening of all, these soldiers have supposedly been manipulated at the genetic level to increase their combat performance. They were the purebreds among the dogs of war, and they turned on their masters with a surprising demand. Having seized the civilians that were on hand, they demanded that the government turn over to them the body of Foxhound's founder and the combat genius, the so-called Big Boss. The government had 24 hours to comply or nuclear strike would be initiated. But what would motivate them to make such a demand? And how do they intend to make good their threat of a nuclear launch? With these questions still unanswered, the government decided on a seemingly reckless course of action. For this daunting task of stopping a nuclear strike and freeing the hostages from the clutches of these ultimate soldiers, they sent in a single man. His name was Solid Snake, no other than a former member of the now renegade Foxhound and a legendary among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land. Your reaction is probably one of incredulity. Just one guy, you may wonder. They decided to gamble the future of the entire world on a single mercenary. I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment, but there's more to this mission than meets the eye, as I was later to discover. Solid Snake's remote support team. Snake was delivered to the island by USS Discovery. an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine. He may have been the lone field operative, but there was a distinguished mission control team in contact with him by radio. The overall control of the mission rested with Colonel Roy Campbell aboard the USS Discovery. As a former commander of Foxhound and Snake's CO during the 1999 Zanzibar land standoff, he was forcibly called out from retirement to deal with the latest crisis. Also aboard the Discovery was Dr. Naomi Hunter, a genetic engineering expert with the commercial biotech firm ATGC Inc. She was in charge of Foxhound's gene manipulation program. Mei Ling, the architect of the mission's state-of-the-art radar and communication systems, was the third team member. Apparently something of an engineering wunderkind, she developed the next-generation communication technology while still a student at MIT. At the time of the mission, she may have still been in her teens. McDonnell Miller, a former Foxhound survival instructor, was the only land-bound member of the mission control team. Unlike the other four, Miller was working out of his home in Alaska at his own request. Lastly, Nastasha Romanenko, the author of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, rounded out the team as an expert on nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. What terrorist acts were committed here, the hostages, and what they tell us? The first task faced by Solid Snake upon his infiltration of Shadow Moses Island was the rescue of the hostages. Two of the captives in particular were considered top priority, but neither survived the mission. Though Snake successfully freed both men, they died suddenly in an identical manner. At the time, the mission control team tentatively attributed the deaths to heart attacks, a diagnosis that was to prove starkingly incorrect. The first hostage was Donald Anderson, the head of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the R&D body of the U.S. Department of Defense. The organization is responsible for planning and overseeing the development of new weapons technology. The other VIP hostage, Kenneth Baker, was the president of Arms Tech, one of the largest and most powerful defense subcontractors in the country. An overseer of the U.S.'s war technology and a powerful arms producer don't just happen to meet in an out-of-the-way military outpost. No one reading this account can fail to realize that these two had no business in a nuclear weapons disposal plant. And since neither Anderson nor Baker was in the habit of enjoying the winter picnics, Romanenko's assertion that there was a new weapon secretly being developed on the island rings all the more true. According to her, there was indeed such a weapon, and it was close enough to completion to warrant a field test. But what exactly was this new weapon? The mother of all weapons, Metal Gear. I'm not sure it's a term that many of you have heard. I know it only as a kind of journalistic urban legend while I was still a beat reporter. It was a phantom bipedal tank that moved with unprecedented speed across difficult terrain such as mountains, desert, and swamps, firing nuclear warheads from locations that were previously impossible. Once this weapon rolled off the assembly line, nuclear strikes could be made from almost any adverse terrain, and the tactical nuclear map for the whole world would be rewritten. This nuclear-capable bipedal tank is said to have lurked in the wings of both Outer Heaven of South Africa and Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One theory holds that the development had progressed to a working prototype stage, but the weapon never materialized on the world arms stage. In a strange coincidence or a causal connection, it was none other than Solid Snake who saved the world from the threat of Metal Gear during both incidents. But history does indeed repeat itself, and the specter of Metal Gear rose once again in the state-of-the-art weapons development program on Shadow Moses Island. When I reached this point in the narrative, I suddenly checked myself. Wasn't Metal Gear's time effectively over? Ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union late last century, the idea of mutual assured destruction in the arms race to maintain this dangerous status quo had been fading into obsolescence. The START II treaty signed by both superpowers had already started to chip away at the nuclear stockpile even back then. In fact, the disposal facility at Shadow Moses had been built to disarm and temporarily store many of these same warheads. With the very idea of nuclear weapons under serious scrutiny, why would the military invest in the development of a nuclear-capable tank? Or was there something more to this weapon? The nature of the beast. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Metal Gear Rex, the newest of its kind. Almost 45 feet in height, equipped with Vulcan cannons and laser array, and shielded by cutting-edge composite armor, rendering the unit practically impervious to even heat, high-explosive anti-tank warheads. And I haven't even gotten to the truly scary part of this thing. The crown jewel of this Shadow Moses Metal Gear was its railgun technology. The gun was designed to fire nuclear warheads clear of the atmosphere, where they would automatically align themselves to the target and ride the optimal trajectory back down to Earth. So what, you may think? There's a big fat missile flying in from the sky. Who cares where it came from? Just shoot the damn thing down. But here's the catch. You won't be able to find any of Rex's warheads, let alone shoot them down. Don't believe me? The facts bear me out. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters the post-boost phase that concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the 4th and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems are alerted to incoming ballistic missiles by detecting their rocket burn during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing, with a range of over 3,000 miles rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles. It reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile, even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutually assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply. It also wouldn't matter if the whole world knew that a nuclear missile would be launched from Shadow Moses Island. The missile defense system was helpless against the new breed of ballistic missiles. This was exactly what the terrorists counted on in unleashing Metal Gear Rex and its all-powerful nuclear weapon against the world. What I finally saw inside the fortress. Anyway, I trudged through the cave, sweating under the weight of my trusty tuna. Soon the rocks gave way to smooth walls and a row of bright lights. I'd finally arrived. This was no doubt the cradle of insurrection, that military facility which Solid Snake so brilliantly penetrated, the eye of the storm that threatened to engulf the world. Fortunately, there was not a soul to be seen. I could, however, hear a faint cry amidst the whistle of the wind. "Gary, help me." I couldn't believe my ears. How could anyone on a remote island that I'd never visited know my name? I took a good, cautious look around and saw a familiar figure among the steel pillars in the corner. It was John D. My cousin, who so carelessly pitched me overboard into the sub-zero water only a few hours ago, was now sitting on the ground, tied to a post. What had happened? "Help, Gary." I trotted over to where he was calling, pathetically, the tuna heavy on my back. He smiled weakly when he saw me. "What the hell happened to you, John D?" I asked, crouching down next to him. Sorry. "I don't know. Right after I let you off, this black helicopter came around." "A helicopter?" "Yeah, a kind of squarish black one. The next thing I know, I'm tied up here, Gary. Why are you still wearing that fish?" Was there more to this, as I'd suspected? Who was responsible? The military? Or that mysterious group mentioned in the disc, the one whose authority outstrips even that of the President of the United States? My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden gunfire. I instinctively pulled the tuna over me again. "Gary, you gotta help me. Untie me, will ya?" Where was the shooter? The bullets were wildly ricocheting off the posts, making it impossible for me to pinpoint the origin. If I'd stayed put, I was dead meat. What should be my next course of action? "Untie me, man, Gary." "Don't call me Gary, I'm just a tuna." I started to run, dodging bullets and sprinting up the stairs. I was unstoppable, speeding away like a gazelle in a large fish skin. "Farewell, cousin John D. There are responsibilities greater than your safety that I must shoulder. Mine is a high and lonely path." Solid Snake versus the Army of Darkness. Let's take this moment to review Solid Snake's footsteps. The nuclear weapons disposal facility that he had infiltrated was crawling with terrorists, and engaging the enemy was unavoidable. This was a battlefield, no mistake about it. Snake's progress had been impeded at every step by the patrolling squads of super-genome soldiers, and such formidable foxhounds as Psycho Mantis, the master of psychokinesis and mind-reading, the chameleon like Decoy Octopus, the chain gun-wielding giant Vulcan Raven, and Sniper Wolf, one of the best marksmen in history. The following is a profile of individuals whose involvement with the government conspiracy seems to be the most intimate. The information should help make the terrifying truth about this case more clear. Revolver Ocelot. An ex-Spetsnaz, also known as Shalashaska. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he found lucrative contracts as a mercenary in conflict-ridden regions throughout the world. His activities led to his recruitment by the U.S. government and his entry into Foxhound. As his codename indicates, he is a brilliant marksman whose preferred weapon is a revolver. Ocelot challenged Snake when he came looking for Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech Inc. But the battle never reached the conclusion. Ocelot wanted due to the sudden intrusion of the stealth camouflage... But the battle never reached the conclusion Ocelot wanted due to the sudden intrusion of the stealth camouflage-clad cyborg ninja. The ninja's sword cut a deadly arc right through Ocelot's right arm, and Ocelot retreated in agony. The Russian sharpshooter also served as a liaison between his terrorist band and a Russian military led by the renegade Colonel Gurlukovich. According to Foxhound leader Liquid Snake's master plan, the Russian militia would join them on Shadow Moses after the nuclear strike had been launched. They would then commence an all-out assault on the rest of the world from their safe retreat on the island. With nuclear missiles that could neither be detected nor defended against, over 1,000 first-class Russian soldiers, next-generation genome commandos, and the combat skill and tactical cunning of Foxhound, this new army's objective was nothing short of World War II, or III. I can't read, I'm sorry. The Ninja. The mystery figure equipped with a reinforced exoskeleton and stealth camouflage confounded Snake as well as the terrorists with his superhuman strength and agility. His interest seems not to have been what was happening within the facility. Evidence suggests that he was there solely to engage Snake in battle. It was through such an encounter that Snake realized the identity of the ninja. His name had been Gray Fox, and he was supposed to have been killed by Snake, his best friend. This may seem surprising, but the dead coming back to life is a fairly routine occurrence. There are examples throughout the world to prove the fact. When a Roland Grace's grave was relocated in 1952, there were deep gouge marks discovered on the inside of the Hungarian farmer's casket lid. It looked as though the dying man had tried to claw his way out of the coffin. On a brighter note, a Japanese man called Jin Imon Natakama walked out of a stalactite cave in 1914, a full 10 years after he had gone missing while exploring the same cave. His family was doubly astonished to discover that he had apparently not aged a day since they last saw him. All this makes complete sense to me, and it should to you as well in a moment. 2 words: pyramid power. I have no doubt that Gray Fox was forced to undergo the same revival process by military scientists in the course of their horrific genetic experiments. Liquid Snake. I know exactly what you're thinking as you hear the name of the man who led the Shadow Moses uprising, and my answer is yes. Solid Snake, our hero, and Liquid Snake are none other than twin brothers. They are not, however, twins in the usual sense. This is yet another manifestation of the U.S. military's dangerous love affair with genetic engineering. The 2 snakes are fighting machines created through the so-called Project Les Enfants Terribles. The rumors that the government is attempting mass production of super soldiers are numerous and persistent. Just the other day, I came across something called D-People-EO, a humanoid combat droid. Development on the outer shell had gone off without a hitch, but the unit had to have a human being inside to function, which decreased its utility somewhat. The military finally realized the fact late into the game and pulled the plug. There was also a plan to use a well-known psychokinetics DNA material to breed an army of gifted soldiers. Unfortunately, someone pointed out that there is indeed no spoon, at least not in a normal combat situation. Solid and Liquid Snakes, however, were successfully created from their father, Big Boss's genetic material. They were literally born to be extraordinary soldiers, and it was no surprise that when they finally met, the result would be a titanic confrontation. What I saw on the roof. I hauled myself in the tuna up the steps, dodging the invisible sniper. The spiral staircase seemed to go on forever. Just as I was about to give up the climb, I saw the exit to the roof. I pulled open the door and lurched into the faintly lit gloom. The sub-zero wind felt soothing on my overworked body. I laid the tuna down and sat next to it, trying to catch my breath. The enemy may pursue me even here, but I had nothing left in me to run with. I pulled out my hip flask of peanut butter and bourbon and took a long swig. The fiery liquid slid down my throat, hot and thick. Peanut butter is my Waterloo. When I was a kid, I was a wuss who couldn't eat peanut butter like other red-blooded children. One day I decided to confront this weakness of mine and put myself on a peanut butter overload. Anything I put in my mouth had to have peanut butter on it. I piled the stuff on everything from chili dogs without onions, my favorite dish, to spearmint gum to my first girlfriend's lips. The inevitable result was that I came to hate peanut butter. If I didn't much like it before, I now loathed it with abandon. If I could gather the entire world's supply of peanut butter and dump it in the Bermuda Triangle, I would. As it is, all I can do is eat as much of the stuff as I can. Peanut butter. I will always hate you. How does that song go? And I will always hate you. Oh my goodness. No, that's not it. Will always... Yeah, it must be another song I'm thinking of. Can't remember. Snow is starting to coat my shoes. Where was my tuna? Oh, there it is, right next to me. Bright light in my eye. Now I remember what day it is, June 24th, the anniversary of my UFO abduction. Why am I so sleepy, and what was that sound? It was a chopper, a squarish black one, and it was coming closer. Fox Die, the secret assassination virus. If you recall, I wrote that the two hostages, the DARPA chief Donald Anderson and ArmsTech president Kenneth Baker, died of a heart attack while they were being rescued by Solid Snake. The actual cause of their death, however, was a specially engineered assassination virus called Fox Die. Fox Die is a retrovirus that kills only select people. Its development was passed on to Naomi Hunter from her predecessor. Once Fox Die finds its way into its target's system, the person dies almost immediately. It's practically a viral equivalent of spontaneous human combustion. Dr. Hunter had injected Solid Snake with this virus, and as he unwittingly made contact with his targets one by one, they fell prey to the retrovirus's power. But the decision to infect Snake was not hers. That order, in fact, came directly from the Pentagon. The Defense Department's goal. The true objective of the DoD was to selectively assassinate the perpetrators of the terrorist uprising. All Snake had to do was come into contact with the targets. The mission objectives he was actually given, namely to stop the nuclear launch and rescue the hostages, were nothing more than a smokescreen. By simply sending Snake in as a disease vector, the Pentagon stood to reclaim their expensive investments, Metal Gear, and the bodies of the Genome soldiers, with little risk of damage. The Pentagon also believed that Fox Die would successfully cover up the incident by the virtue of its lethality. However, Naomi Hunter's re-engineering of the virus cast grave doubts on the reliability of Fox Die itself. Even though the nature of her manipulation was unknown, the Pentagon decided to take extreme measures to counteract this development. The bomber on the horizon. Alarmed by the news of Dr. Hunter's tampering, the then Defense Secretary Jim Hausman personally took over as the mission's commander and headed for Shadow Moses on an AWACS. Around the same time, a bomber took off from a base in Galena, Alaska, carrying a payload of surface-piercing B-6113 tactical missiles. The Defense Secretary had decided on a more direct approach to cover-up. Fighting nuke with nuke, it was a rationale that smacked of a return to the arms race, and Snake was furious. He had already succeeded in destroying Metal Gear Rex, and the terrorist incident was over for all intents and purposes. Was a nuclear airstrike to be his prize for accomplishing all this? As it turned out, the airstrike never happened. Somebody had countermanded Jim Hausman's orders. You may think that the only person with the authority to override the orders of the Secretary of Defense was his Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. But like most things in this account, the truth is far from obvious. The hand that stopped the nuclear strike was that of a shadowy secret society. But what kind of a group is it whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? The face of the enemy. When I came to, I was sitting in a weather station cabin with a burlap sack on my head and When I came to, I was sitting in a weather station cabin with a burlap sack on my head and my hands tied behind my back. So this is the way it ends, I thought dimly. I haul myself all the way out to this pimple on the Arctic and die at the hands of an invisible executioner without finding out a thing. One of my captors moved in closer and started to rummage through my inside chest pocket. I cursed inwardly. This was where I carried Nastasha Romanenko's disc, the entire account of the Shadow Moses incident. My policy is the best way to ensure that something doesn't get stolen is to have it with you at all times. Clearly, I needed to reevaluate that one. The man easily found and seized the disc. "What is this?" he demanded. "Whatever it is, it's worth more than you," I responded with as much menace and dignity as the burlap on my head allowed. Well, well, that is something. What followed was both highly tedious and painful, and nothing of great significance was said until that electrifying statement. "We have the disc back." We've now come full circle since the start of my account, and caught up to the point where it originated. It was unclear how the disc had gotten to Max Smithson at Mega Surprise, but my captor's words indicated that the disc had originally belonged to them. Either that, or they were the ones who wanted it the most urgently. I took my courage in my hands and opened a dialogue with them. "Yo, you guys happen to be that secret society whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency. Answer me, you artificial coloring on a cheap drugstore candy cane." This had the exact effect I'd hoped for, namely to send them into a violent fit of rage. I must have hit pretty close to home. The contents of the disc were as good as verified. This was indeed the secret society whose power outstripped even that of the American presidency. In my delight, I hardly paid attention to the obscenities that were being screamed at me, nor to the distinct sound of a gun being pulled out of its holster. It was then that the cabin suddenly erupted into controlled chaos. It seemed only seconds from the time the window was smashed into the moment I realized that my captors had been decimated and I was alone with my savior. Who was this human whirlwind? I was ready to lose my lunch from the curiosity and the terror. I could taste the peanut butter in my mouth. I could hear the enigma walk up to me and lift the burlap sack off my head. I concentrated on the hammering of my heart for a moment, then slowly looked up. There was nobody there. I could see nothing, sense nothing. But someone was untying the ropes biting into my wrists. Invisible hands placed themselves on either side of my head in a strange parody of a coronation. They deftly removed the bandana I had earlier fashioned into a clumsy bandage for my bruised head. The faded piece of cloth was not my own, but a flotsam found on the beach. I reached for the unseen figure with my shaking hands, but with one quick flick of the bandana, it was gone. But there were more surprises to come. As I gingerly moved my stiff body, I felt an unfamiliar bulk against my chest, and discovered the precious optical disc, miraculously recovered. Not only that, but there was enough backup copies to fill me with awe and pop the stitches on my flimsy pocket. I thought of my mysterious savior, possessed of superhuman fighting ability, invisible and capable of burning discs in an instant. There was only one possible explanation. He had to be an alien, probably the little gray kind. Life after Shadow Moses. And so I came in from the cold to my hole of an apartment in New York. My trusty tuna beside me. The landlord mentioned that my neighbor, the starving student, had gone missing recently. It could be that I was nosing around the wrong information from his machine. If I ever see him alive again, I should apologize. I'm currently banging out this manuscript on an antique typewriter. This is the truth as described on the optical disc, and is elaborated and verified by my own experiences on that fearsome island. As this account draws to a close, my thoughts dwell more and more on Nastasha Romanenko, the woman who risked everything by recording the facts of the incident onto this disc. I think it was her way of giving voice to the victims of this mission, the casualties of nuclear weapons throughout modern history, and to all the lives disrupted and damaged by an elaborate government conspiracy. Her will was passed on to a counterculture journalist in New York City. That's me. And the truth is now out there for all to see, just as she dreamed. Readers, the responsibility to disseminate the facts of Shadow Moses incident is now yours. What will you risk to know the truth? Publishers afterward. This nonfiction work was based on the factual account written by Nastasha Romanenko, a military analyst who allegedly took part in a secret mission to counter a terrorist incident on Alaska's Shadow Moses Island. Her account was published in its original unabridged form as In the Darkness of Shadow Moses after the successful publication of this volume. Gary McGolden, the author, is a journalist and a nonfiction writer who is best known for his past bestsellers, The Telekinetic Powers of the Loch Ness Monster, the True Energy Source of UFOs. The details of McGolden's adventures on Shadow Moses remain uncorroborated, but there are serious doubts as to his tuna-aided landing on the island. There is in fact ample evidence that he was swept out to another small island several miles south of Shadow Moses and failed to realize that fact. McGolden has seemingly vanished into thin air following his manuscript's arrival at our humble offices. While this has been a source of great pleasure to our accounting department, I sincerely hope that this notoriously fickle but talented writer is hard at work on a follow-up to this volume. Though certain aspects of the book require further fact-checking, this alone should not dissuade you of the veracity of many of its main assertions, nor should you dismiss the contents of Nastasha Romanenko's disc outright. Instead, readers should approach this account with an open mind and a sense of adventure, much as Gary McGolden did when he first received the disc in the mail. I should note, however, that Gary was mistaken about one thing. I never mailed him that disc. Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, The Unofficial Truth. This one's also a beefy boy. Oh, I'm not doing that. I will do that. I'm actually going to do that and as a video because I want to read it, but I am not reading 324 pages right now. That's just going to be the rest of the stream. That is a big old beefy boy. I have read this in the past, though. So there's something interesting about In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. It said it was 2 years after... I don't know where it's at, but it said it was 2 years after Shadow Moses. So that's at least when it came out. So that doesn't tell us anything about where this game is at. Yeah, I am not going to do that 324 pages. I knew it was going to unlock, but I didn't remember how beefy it was. That's a little bit much right now. Real quick, before I get started with the actual... Can I just... Yeah, we'll just do that. I'm gonna leave it here for just a moment, and I need to go to the restroom before I get started, so rather than have to stop once we get started, give me just a couple minutes. And I gotta also make sure my recording works out correctly as I do this. Alright, beautiful. My recording is automatically pausing the BRB screens. It worked. I didn't test it yet last night on Caves of Cod because I never took a break. So we are ready to go. We're back. Apologies for how long that text is. I do want to read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, but that was like 40 minutes of reading, so that's going to be like... I think it was about... Yeah, well, between both of those, but the first one's really short. So that was literally like 40 to 50 minutes of reading. So you got to think it's going to be like 2 hours or more of reading to get through that, because it's over 300 pages. So I think I'd like to do that as a separate YouTube video, and I'll just stick it in the playlist or something as an extra, because it's just I like getting through all this stuff. I like this series a lot, but I don't want to just read for the rest of the stream, right? I want to play the game. I don't think anyone wants to watch me read that for the whole stream. What we got there was a nice kind of... It was a goofy, over-the-top account of what happened, and we got a lot of high-level information. It left out a lot of other critical information, like we didn't hear any mention of, like, Meryl, for instance. It didn't really go into some of the details of how things went down. It didn't, talk about, like, Decoy Octopus, impersonating the DARPA chief or anything like that. So it kind of left some things out, but we also still got a lot of good high-level information and recap and stuff. But it is what it is. We're not doing European Extreme. Hell no. I've done it. It's brutal. We're not doing Extreme. We're not even doing Hard. We're doing Normal. The difficulties basically affect how much items and stuff you get. I don't remember. It might affect the size of your health bar. I don't think it does, though. But it affects, like, how many... I think it affects your ammo count. I know it affects, like, how many rations and stuff you can carry. And there are a couple other things. One second. So it'll affect, like, how guards see you and stuff, too. It affects a couple things that we haven't seen yet, so I don't want to spoil it. So we'll just go, we'll go with normal here. And, yeah, let's get started. There's gonna be another option we have to pick, though. I think I like to go with the first one. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the first one. It starts you default on type 2, but I'm gonna go with type 1. Let's get started. The story is fictional. Any and all similarities to characters, groups, or other entities in real life are coincidental.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
Boy, he's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake? Cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
for you. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
And we're in here. That's it. Okay, so we have both of our frequencies. There's a lot of Easter eggs in this game. A lot of cool little details and stuff that are in this game. I'll point a lot of them out. I'm not going to point everyone out, but here's one of them. We actually used a bullet during that intro. If I had skipped that intro, we would have not bullet, but a tranquilizer dart. We would still have 16. And in fact, the light that he shot out, how do I do... Hang on, I thought it was... Let me unequip that. Okay, okay, it's right bumper. The light that he shot out actually did get shot out. Which of course it did, right? But if you skip that, that light doesn't even get shot out. Like, it's all consistent with the world, so it's pretty cool. Trying to just make sure I remember the controls for this. We do have analog now, so it's way better. Way, way, way better. Okay, we'll wait like right here. So we're gonna do something new. Actually, I should have just done it. So we'll get right here behind him.
Freeze.
And we'll do this. We go in first person, aim at his head or his wiener. And now we get a dog tag. So one of the things I didn't want to spoil before starting when I was talking about the difficulties, he'll tell us how to open the door. Press the action button repeatedly.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down.
So now, since this was unimportant, I'll show I can move both of their like codec things with the analog sticks. I can click the stick to zoom in. Doesn't work for autocons. And then there's one other thing I can do. I can make Snake give positive and negative thoughts about whoever he's talking to, which is kind of just a fun little Easter egg goofy thing. Pentasmin. It's anti-anxiety, right? Benzodiazepine, antidepressant, serves as a muscle relaxant, treats autonomic imbalance. So we do have that dog tag. I'm gonna make efforts to get dog tags, but I may miss some. I like going non-lethal, so I'm going to be doing it anyway.
Freeze. Please don't.
So I might as well just get the dog tags while I'm doing non-lethal stuff. There's actually something else I can do. Let me go back to this guy. So, oh yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. One of the things I didn't mention about the difficulty is it affects... Yeah, look at that. Get more ammo. Sometimes get rations. They sometimes drop like 2 items, but it might take a bit. And then as you do this, it actually wakes them up. So the amount of Z's over their head is how long they have left to sleep, basically. And they'll get down to like 2 Z's, they'll get down to 1 Z, and then they'll wake up. But it takes a while. So on the higher difficulties, they actually... they stay out less. Do you go up? You probably don't. Can't remember. Yeah, we're good. But just because he's on a different level than me doesn't mean he won't see me. So we're gonna wait for him to turn back, and then we're gonna go ahead and take him out.
Freeze.
Gotta love it. Yeah, let's go get that ration over there. No, I saw that. Ideally, we don't really need to use very many of those if we're doing a good job. So what can I hold? Like 5? Yeah, I could hold 5. You know, I hold like 1 or 2 on European Extreme. It's brutal. Watch this. He looks around. No one saw that, right? Okay, we're good. So, I mentioned yesterday when I wrapped up Metal Gear Solid that this game... Look at the footprints. That was in Metal Gear Solid, though. That's not new, but it's nice to see them. I mentioned that this game is a massive step up in quality over Metal Gear Solid. And, I mean, I think it already shows, just in terms of the level of fidelity. The attention to detail is there. Oh, we've already done this one. I was saving this one for last. There's another one on the other side of the room, though. We'll take a look. Hey there. What's this? Okay, yeah, it's 112. Or 141.12. Oh, whoops. I'm hitting... Okay, so Metal Gear Solid had me pressing B to select things, and they swapped it on this game, so now I gotta recondition myself.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy?
Watching.
Try to remember the mission if you can.
You were watching.
Over here beating his meat.
What do you think you're doing, Snake?
Watching.
You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Shut it.
So you hear those little quips that he's making. That's me pressing the buttons that makes him just kind of respond. We could do one other thing with the poster. What's the button to do it, though? Oh, no. And there was another one over here. We could have done the same thing with it. So he's already over here beating his meat in the middle of the mission. He is a very focused man.
Freeze.
So there's a fun little...
Are you going to shoot me?
Give him a cigarette. There's a fun little thing that, yeah, it looks like he's smoking now. Oh, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, I'm actually pretty tired. So the thing with these kind of dudes is, with the trank, we're not going to be able to get the dog tag. So these are ones that we just have to remember, and we have to come back to them for later. We need another weapon that we can actually intimidate them with. This is one I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play a little bit differently. I'm gonna let that one go back up, take his other route, and then I'm gonna hold him up. What's going on, Rose?
Freeze.
Oh. Oh. No, no, no. Ah, they heard it. That was already enough. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, so I got, I did two things wrong there. But it's actually okay. So he has 3 stars, or yeah, 3 stars, he goes down to 2 stars. So that's the thing I was going to talk about. The weapons. You'll see me de-equipping the weapon. And that actually does pose a bit of a risk, but there's not really another way to do it. On the original version on PlayStation,
Freeze.
you had pressure-sensitive buttons. And if you would release the button very lightly, it would actually put your gun down without firing it. The only way for me to put my gun down without firing it, in this case, is actually to de-equip it. So that's why you see me doing that. This was a big deal back when the game came out. Every single bottle here is breakable. Every, like, glass. Used to always have fun doing that. I'll get that drink now. Alright, so here's another thing that was a big deal. This thing here of ice, we hit it, and the ice cubes, if we watch them, they actually melt. And I don't know how true it is, but I heard something a while back that they actually, the ones that are closer together melt more slowly because they keep each other colder. I don't know how true that is, but they're actually shrinking if you notice. And eventually they kind of disappear. So that's another one of those, like I said, I'm going to point out Easter eggs like this, or just little fun things like this here and there. It looks like to me they're all melting at about the same rate. So that's a fun one. Got TV going on in here. Watch this. Wherever you shoot it, so I'm going to hit in that spot in kind of the middle left. And then from that spot... Woo. Get another ration. I can't believe I got slightly spotted. So the alerts don't work the same on this game. That wasn't like an actual alert, really. When someone sees you, there is a window of opportunity you have to stop them before they actually call in a real alert. And that's basically what I did. He started to, I thought he got enough, like basically if they start doing it at all and you interrupt them, so the people will send in reinforcements because they're like, hey, something's wrong, we lost communication. But it's actually, I got him just in time basically, that it wasn't a problem. Oh, and this brings me to the other thing that happened. Why I kind of got spotted
Don't kill me.
is because he saw me with my gun away. Like, the combination of bumping into him and having my gun out, I was a little bit delayed in re-equipping it because I was an idiot. That's what got me there.
Freeze. No.
Oh, you go.
Shoot,
Yeah.
then shoot me.
I already know you're one. We gotta check anyway, though. Alright. Just call.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up. Do you want to save, Snake? Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
By the way, what was that detail tusk? Here's another cool little thing. Game is explicitly showing you that shadow.
Freeze. Huh?
This one's another stubborn one.
Don't kill me.
Oh no, he's not. Not in this difficulty. So now I can quickly equip and dequip my weapon like this, by the way, which does reload it. Now in this case, I guess it doesn't really matter because of the way the trank works.
Freeze.
But it's good. Alrighty, so far so good. So what? Fun little detail here. If we look at it in first person, like, well, it did a little bit, but I guess it only does it when you initially shoot it. It like stains our vision. So I think we can actually go out there, but we don't want to. Oh, I'm sick. I don't have any medicine. So the longer you spend outside at the beginning, the more likely you are to get sick. A surveillance camera?
Snake, there's a surveillance camera in place. Once you're in its field of view, an alarm will go off. You can't afford to be seen. You can also use the chaff grenade to set up some electronic interference. The camera will be ineffective for a while. There's a blind spot right beneath the camera. Use it to buy some time.
This is easy enough, though. The music in this game, by the way, is really, 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 really good. I'm actually using the D-pad a little bit. I'm so used to Metal Gear Solid all of a sudden. Watch this, it'll stain my vision. Oh no, I guess it doesn't. Not this one. It just kind of looks like it does. You can do some things like it'll fog up your vision and stuff, though. Oh, you bastard.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher over there. Break it open and try scattering some of the extinguishing chemicals.
So we could do that. We can also smoke, which was a thing we could do in the last game. Right, so we got a tricky spot here.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Yeah, I thought you were one. Okay.
Freeze.
No! If you're going to shoot...
Oh, both of you? Come on. Alright. Oh, that makes the rest of this room easier. Or this floor. So let's come in here real quick. We got a cardboard box. Classic, right? Oh, I can't move because they actually... I couldn't spin because I was too close to the wall, and they actually care about like where your feet are at and stuff. We have more bottles we can break. It like even drops the liquid on the floor. We have these melons. Spent a lot of time in this room as a kid, like breaking every melon and stuff. Why? Because I don't know, we were kids. We could do that with the flower there. Wait, does it say the flower? It actually does say the flower. Punch the crap out of that melon. We could do the cardboard box. Whoops.
Snake, that's the pantry where they keep the food supplies. Huh. Lots of cardboard boxes. You could probably use one to blend in and avoid being discovered.
Alright, we're gonna go down this way.
Freeze.
Huh? Don't kill me.
So we can go ahead and do the fire extinguisher thing here. And you can just crawl under it if you want. They leave plenty of room at the bottom, but if you walk through it, the whole thing blows up. And that's actually the control unit, but we don't have a way to destroy it. A tranquilizer dart's not very strong. We've got two guys up there that I need to get dog tags from.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian choppers.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Alright, we'll check that. Like the little reflections on the floor. And this is good stuff for 2001. Like I said, the jump in fidelity and everything is so much from the last game. It's crazy.
has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications, and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads, wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans, so you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
I've been with the unit since I was born. Conflict and victory.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one. Nothing except the unit. No!
Ooh.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Interrupted her by shooting her in the face. So one of the thing that the difficulty affects is like similar to how long people are tranked. It will affect like how much the trank deals on the boss. Oh, there it is. I was trying to do that myself. Come on. She, like, popped out for just a second.
Take this!
Ah! No, she's moving more sluggishly now. You actually hear her breathing and stuff.
Cipher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gurlukovich.
Gurlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Alright, so we can pick her up. And she drops Olga Gurlukovich dog tag. And it's kind of like you could shoot her and then call Otacon and he'll be mad and stuff. Whoops.
Hey, Snake. You found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay?
We'll do it just to get the call. Shoot her in the shin.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
I told you. Alright, let's come up here. Are there any toys back here? I think there might be. Nope. But see, it's cool. We even get reflections of stuff like baked. It's all baked into the environment. But they did a good job. It's really easy. I mean, sort of. Really easy to an extent to bake reflections into an environment when you're in control of the camera. We'll keep going up. Thermal G. Got them thermal googles. I don't think there's anything here, but we'll step off on this platform. Yeah, no, we're good. I see that box on the right-hand side of the screen. You think it might get a little soggy out here in the rain.
Freeze.
And that's why we got a wet box. Because it is soggy. Wet and weak. See how the screen is fogged up? It's a cool touch. Ah, I screwed up. What's the matter? Respond.
What's going on? Respond. We've lost contact with Deck D. Backup unit, check it out.
I tried to rush it. So here's a new thing.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
You found him though. And because he got put to sleep, he doesn't like remember the attack or whatever. Yeah, I rushed that intentionally because I was trying to get him before he turned. Bad move. Hey.
Freeze.
No! If you're going to shoot,
Alright, well we gotta come back for you then.
Freeze.
don't kill me.
Alright, I think, can we get this other guy to come back? He shows up when you go in here, but we might... Okay, yeah, we can get him. Because that'll be the two we need here. Shit.
Who is that?
Ah.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Nope, he didn't get it out.
What's going on? Respond. We've lost contact with Deck D. Backup unit, check it out.
It's kind of goofy, it's kind of gamey, but he didn't get that out in time.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
I'm doing terrible today. It's probably that I'm running on less than 4 hours of sleep.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Okay, so I need to switch weapons, pop him in the arm, and now he's scared. Now we can come back over here. We're gonna do the same with this guy, so we're gonna wake him up. I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally take the wrong shot. Like, I don't want to use the USP and shoot him in the head. And the controls are a little... It's very spiderweb-like at times. Oh, here's another fun thing. There's like ketchup bottles and stuff. The napkins. Salt. Very fun. It left like a whole stain on the table. Alright, I need to wake this guy up. There's another way to knock people out. I can try it. I might get spotted doing, or like, I might get in trouble doing it if I mess up.
Freeze.
No. If you're going to shoot, then shoot me.
Left arm.
Don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Well, we'll shoot him in the wiener. I was too far away to do it, and I was holding too many things. Oh, I might have needed to fire it off to the side. Yeah, I can do that next time. Because you can actually... Yeah, you could punch and stuff in first person. I'll try to do it here in a minute.
Freeze. Freeze.
Come on. Oh no. Okay, that was close. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is punch him in the wiener. Punch them in the dick and they just immediately get knocked out. But it's weird juggling the controls. It does work better on the original. You have the pressure sensitive buttons and stuff. I could maybe try it with the PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4 controller or whatever plugged into the PC. I don't know if it'd work.
Freeze.
I think you already...
Don't kill me.
You already gave me one because I was surprised that you had one. Oh. Oops.
Enemy sighted. Request.
See... That's on me, but
sighted.
That still doesn't mean not being used to the controls.
What's going on? Respond. We've lost contact with Deck B. Backup unit, check it out.
They'll just wake him up. It's not a big deal.
The situation is normal. All clear.
Yeah, he got me putting my weapon up, and that's where I messed up. I wasn't really trying to put the weapon up per se. I was just like, I want to try and get a little bit closer and punch him. Just didn't work out. Because it's like I said, I wanted to punch him in the wiener. Alright, so we gotta backtrack a little bit here.
Freeze.
Okay, so he's scared. If I do this...
Freeze.
Get even closer. Oh, I got... Oh, no, no. That wasn't it. No? Dude, I swear that was a thing you could do. Whatever. I've seen it before, I've seen someone do it, but you gotta get the positioning just right. Oh well. Tuska's talking about getting a big old beefy boy tattoo.
Freeze.
What are you?
The guy that shot you in the arm.
Don't kill me.
So we have to go down. Let's call Otacon though.
Snake, those pipes you see along the wall and ceiling are steam conduits. They're thin enough to penetrate with gunfire. Don't touch the steam. One of those blasts from the hole will burn your skin off. You may be able to use it as a trap of some sort, though. Time to save?
Anything new to say, Otacon?
Okay, there's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
Yeah, he's trying. He's trying, all right. Yeah, you can get that beefy, like, full arm sleeve Dark Souls stuff, man. That's intense. I don't know if I could ever get a tattoo. I don't think I could handle it.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Yep. Rip that man's left arm. Oh, hey, you know, we're in here. We should just do it again. Snake is probably tense from all the action. Let's make sure he gets a little more action today.
you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Shut it.
All right. So, that's still like the funniest one to me. He's literally in here beating his meat.
Freeze. Freeze.
Are you different? Oh yeah, another thing you could do is these plants, they drop leaves. Oh, I didn't show the glass. Another really cool detail. That was very cool. Very, very cool detail from back in the day. Alright, let's move on. Let's keep going. Yeah, it looks like Vulcan Raven. Doesn't it? He's just sitting there too. Ah, it's a Vulcan Raven action figure. Why would that be here? Who knows? Yeah, you wasted no time on that, Rose.
Freeze. No. Please don't.
Alright, you get that dog tag. Now, there's a trick we can do where if you put someone in a locker, they never wake up. Look at these things just all over the floor. Just keeps going for a while. Hey, friend.
Freeze.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so lucky.
What's going on? Respond.
I keep doing that.
We've lost contact with the engine room. Backup unit, check it out.
Okay. We need to put him to sleep. Because they're going to come here. And they're not going to see me, but I'll just put the box on anyway. They're going to come here, they're going to wake him up, and I can do it right. I keep doing that. Again, it's just fumbling with the controls, because I used to be good at these controls a couple years ago, and then I've kind of slipped a little bit, so it'll just take some time to get used to them again. The thing is, you have to juggle, like, a lot of buttons at the same time to get the right flow for what I'm doing.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
The situation is normal. All clear.
Basically, what I have to do is, if I have my weapon out, I hold X to put it in the firing position. I hold right bumper to go first person. But now, I can't unequip it, because right trigger here moves to the side, like you're seeing here. So I have to let go of right bumper, then to unequip, while I'm still holding, all this time I can't let go of X, otherwise I shoot. I have to press right trigger now to unequip. And then immediately like re-equip before he sees me. So it's a lot of things happening.
Don't shoot.
It's a lot of things happening at once, basically. And it's easy to make mistakes. It's not really that necessary, but I'm going to drag him up here. I still haven't had an actual alert happen yet. So you'll know when I get an alert. I gotta say, Rose, though, about that, I mean, if you want to get... I know what you said you'd really probably get. Oh, he's still shooting these balls. I know what you said you'd really get, but I mean, if you want to get one of those, get it too. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with getting, like, a tattoo of a character, but I have some myself, you know. I have Berserker armor, guts from Berserk on my outer bicep, and then on my inner bicep I have, like, it's still kind of Berserker armor guts, but it's like a face.
Freeze. Don't kill me.
I don't really see anything wrong with getting a character or something. But I get him in the eye. I'm not going to drag this one back up there. Gets to stay. I don't know, I always heard if you want to get something, get what you really want to get. Like, I've kind of heard it put that it's not a good idea to say, oh, this is my first one, so I'm going to get something easier. Because you won't enjoy it as much.
Freeze.
You're done with the process, it's like, oh, I got something I didn't want. Because I was afraid.
Shoot me.
We have one more down here. I'm gonna circle back real quick. I didn't want to have to shoot my gun. The engine room is loud, and I think I could have gotten away with it, but I didn't want to shoot my gun and alert them. Where does this guy go? Oh, so one thing that hopefully has already kind of been obvious is that the AI is way more advanced in this game. Because we've already seen it where when the guards come in, like they miss the radio report and the guards come in and they're looking for the guy. They're like, yo, what happened? You started making a report, you backed off, like what's going on? They come search and then they file a report on what just happened. Like, it's all way different. It's way more advanced than what was going on in the last game. Where you get sighted and guards just kind of magically keep showing up until you stop them. A grenade. Yeah, that's fine, Tusk. Like, you wanted it. But I'm just saying, your response of saying, like, that's insane for a first tattoo. It's like, you should always get something you really want. You shouldn't just pick something because you're, like, worried about it or whatever. You should just go for it. We're gonna keep not using rations. I'm not all that hurt. They do count towards your rating. I don't care that much about my rating, but you know, we'll try not to have a horrible one. So everything, like how many rations you use, how many times you save, kills.
going to shoot me?
Left arm. I mean, they keep doing it to themselves. They could just give up the items and be done. Let's call Otacon real quick.
Snake, metal gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. Go down.
That was quick. We don't have like a big support team. You know, it's just Snake and Otacon here, working on their own, right? I mean, that was the whole start of the mission or whatever, where he basically came in and said that, you know, like, hey, we're doing this on our own now. We get what we get. You know, I get that. I'm just saying, as long as it's something you want, it's fine. And I'm not saying you're not getting something you want. I'm just saying, I have heard people that have done that, where it's like they kind of settled for something and they kind of regretted it later. This is the only one we didn't get yet, so take care of this. So by the way, if I'm holding him and he wakes up, I automatically drop him. Yep, that happened there. See?
Freeze.
And if you were looking closely, you just saw the dart pop out of him. Ooh, almost in the eye. Oh, this man. He got darts in both eyes. Alrighty. So he was down to 2 Zs, that's why I did that.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side. Freeze.
Here we go. Gotta be aggressive there. I was like, I might get spotted, but we gotta do it. So that actually leads back to a place we've been, where the guy was sleeping standing up. Look at this. We got this poster here. This, like, random woman. And then on the other side, it's, like, her back. I don't know why, but that's it. Hold on. Alright, had that sneeze. And in this poster, this locker.
Snake, there's another set of infrared sensors in place. If you touch that, the explosives will detonate and that ship will be pulverized.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Trying to close it. There we go. And there's a... Look at this. It's like his hand reaches to the other poster, but it's also just her hand. Alright, so first, this here. The higher the difficulty, the more of these sensors there are, and the trickier they are to find. And unrealistically, if you shoot the Simtex, it blows up. Simtex is a plastic explosive. And that should not detonate a plastic explosive. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that one, but plastic explosives really should just... They need an electrical charge. They're very stable. What do you mean you feel lost? Like, what kind of stuff in particular? So we've hit them all, but we can hit the flower again and get another look. No sensors, we're good. Boom. Nice and happy.
Snake, the Metal Gear prototype is in the holds. You took out the infrared sensor trap just now. Go through that section to reach the holds. Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... Hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
I like that because there's that... I feel like it was intentional. What do genes have to do with nature and order? Because the double entendre, right? The last game was all about genes, genetics, and everything. So, two different kinds of genes here, but it was a good double entendre. Alright. Real quick, I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. Make sure my recording doesn't bork, because I'm still testing the new thing out. I'll be right back in like 3 minutes or so. Alrighty. Let's go.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Tusk, can you actually track the... Like, does the game actually tell you exactly how much, like, your beard and stuff has grown? Son of a bitch. Why would you do that?
Freeze.
You saw that sneeze right there. Game is trolling. Watch this. I always liked doing this when I was a kid. I mean, it makes you harder to see. Listen.
Freeze.
That dude is jamming.
Don't kill me.
Nothing to report.
Freeze.
No.
No! Oh, I did get an alert now.
Acknowledged. Assault team, check it out. All other units remain in your positions.
Crap. They're probably gonna still get me. It's me jacking up the controls. Oh, they just straight up know. Oh, they shot that man, I think. No, he was just knocked out. We're gonna do this, though. Aw, there goes a ration. That's one ration. Like, can we stop the alert? Like, let me go back this way. Dude, I feel dumb for messing that one up, though. All right, watch this.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Assigning more personnel to the starboard entrance to the engine room.
So that's a new thing now. Caution is new. Once an alert goes away, you get a caution state, and you see it decreasing on the bar there. Also, I have Albedo, but I don't know if I've ever used them. And for Tusk, I mean, that's kind of how beards work. It's like my beard, it hits a point, and then it feels like it just doesn't want to keep growing. Oh, we just got that man. He got. I mean, that's true, I do, but I haven't touched most of them. That man got. Who's that? Better not spot me.
Freeze. No. Please don't.
You don't have a dog tag, though. Oh, you do. Are you left over from the caution? Or from the alert? Are you the nothing to report guy? I don't know if I mean, I've probably gotten an alert there once when I was a kid. I know this is the wrong way, but I want to see if we got anything amusing. I mean, that's not the only character. I had a lot of them that did stuff like that. We just got way too many.
Snake, the Metal Gear prototype is...
We heard that. Actually, it sounded like he said something different there.
Shoot out the lights to darken the corridor. The enemy will have a harder time finding you.
I feel bad. I thought he said something...
Snake, use the flashlight in dark places like this. Your USP is equipped with a flashlight. All you have to do is select the gun and aim it with the weapon button, and the light will go on. Not that I need to tell you this, but the light will turn you into a better target if there are enemies nearby. Be careful.
I took care of that, Rose.
Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a sentry, he'll call in reinforcements and there will be an attack. Even you're no match for that level of organized assault. They have better weapons too, remember? We aren't terrorists, okay? Avoid unnecessary confrontations and go for total stealth, all right?
Alrighty, let's go. I like that extra USP ammo, that was good. Or, M9 ammo, my bad. 'Cause I felt like we were a bit low.
The stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Yeah, so we had an ID on Sergei Gurlukovich. We have Olga Gurlukovich. She's carrying his grandchild. All right, guys. This is tricky. Ow. Alright, so if I sit here, notice my health. It's gonna go up. When you're bleeding, if you crouch, your health actually increases back to a point. So, as far as I'm concerned, bandages in the game are mostly useless. Oh, that's from earlier. Oh, come on. I'm trying to do it non-lethal. And I'm trying not to use rations. Why am I losing health? Hey. Damn it. Ah, we got a ration. Man, I'm doing terrible today. I really am.
goes there?
Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel.
What the?
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Damn.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear.
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
We initiated development.
Okay, so a couple things real quick. Ocelot has been really leaning on that left arm because he got his right arm chopped off, remember, by Cyborg Ninja, Gray Fox. So he's got something there, like a prosthetic, but he's really just been using the left arm. It's just interesting to see that, you know, consistency or whatever there. Link 16 was mentioned there. When I was a kid and I played this game, I didn't know what that meant. I just, oh, I hitched a ride on Link 16, whatever. It didn't mean anything to me. Many years after this game came out, and I started working in the defense industry for a bit, I learned that Link 16 is a real thing, and it's a protocol, basically. It's a transmission protocol. And the first thing I thought of was like, Metal Gear Solid. Whoa, that's what that was about. It took me way back. Drink is done. And the other thing is, I'm not gonna talk too much because I want to let this speech play out. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in this speech that often gets overlooked. So I will comment on one thing though. If you go through the whole game up to this point fast enough, I don't remember what the time is. It might be 30 minutes. It might be an hour. It might be 45 minutes. If you go through the whole game fast enough, all the Marines in here are standing in their boxers. It's pretty funny. We're not going to get that now because I kind of took my time and I goofed around, but it's amusing.
Of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer...
There's one in his boxers.
The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine
Look at him.
and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
The shift in the balance of power will
All right, let's take some pictures.
mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, play a central role in its military affairs.
I gotta get out of here quick.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Right. Front. Up. Front.
He could say back, and he'll face straight back where I was standing.
To move on, I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have children. Experience the horror of nuclear war.
I'm gonna do one more here.
As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means.
Good.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass.
All right, let's listen for a bit.
Submarine and air background.
Let's hear the speech, because there's good stuff in here. And a lot of people don't really hear it.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age.
We can have some fun while we're waiting.
Nuclear specialists in the black market trade in weapons grade plutonium has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over. We once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
Some of them are gonna still be moving around here, but most of them are sleeping. Like I said, we're just letting the speech play out a little bit because a lot of people don't get to hear it.
Move on. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot. In its final form, Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous control system. We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the left! Intruder in the back! Intruder to the left! Intruder to the right! Should that actually happen, I expect you to be prepared. We cannot and will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times.
The irony of them all being asleep when that happens is amusing.
Getting back to the topic at hand. The importance of next-generation technology such as C4ISR and RMA in battle situation has been discussed time and again. But Ray is the first to deploy it so fully. With Ray's completion, the Marine Corps will lead the way for a new age of military tactics.
C4ISR is something else I heard about when working in defense.
Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community.
That's important. Ocelot was in talks with the president, as we heard after the credits.
Your necks must be stiff by now. Time for some more stretches.
So there we have George Sears being the president, resigning after Shadow Moses, tried to cover it up. Okay, see, this is why we're listening to this, because there's a lot of useful info here. And then we heard the whole Ocelot thing. Mr. President.
Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD concept. It was he who lowered Start 3's ceiling for tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty. Everyone believed the world was...
Sounded like we had plenty of... Oh, actually, we could have waited. There was more. I forgot. My bad. I still let more of that play than most people probably hear. Just straight up like a Unix system here. Yeah, because I think if you run out of time there, it's like, oh no, this ran on longer than expected, and it adds like 3 more minutes or something. Police knots. Little Kojima reference popped up there. Sensibility reprogrammed image telegraph engine. Or program, not reprogram.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake?
Crap, I forgot to do something.
First up. Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag.
If we had taken a picture of one of the, like, bikini girls or whatever, from the lockers, Otacon would be like, oh, I'm just gonna save a backup of this one. Like, he has a whole thing about it. He gets all embarrassed.
What's next? Okay, this works. It's a great front view. What's next? You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot.
Got an extra front view.
What's next? We don't need a shot from the front. You took one already.
I did it because I didn't hear the... I didn't remember if I heard the...
What's next?
Confirmation.
This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. End of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do, steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Gurlukovich. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Gurlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
Don't let him get away! Ocelot!
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
that, sir. Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's newsflash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
We got that Mr. President again. You gotta love it. What's going on, Mateus Hein? Hope you're doing all right. He said Metal Gear just casually hydrating. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid, I didn't realize what it was doing right then. I thought it was some laser beam or something. I didn't realize it was like a water jet thing, like a it's like the pressure washer thing where it's just super powered jet of water. It's like sucking up the water right there. I never like fully understood that when I was a little babby. But it took a long time. I was like, wait a minute, I was stupid as a kid. But you gotta stay hydrated, right? And yeah, rip to the boxer Marine. So we got Ocelot obviously betraying. We saw him kill one of his dudes earlier. We just saw him kill the Marine commander there, as well as Gurlukovich, who we've known to be an ally of Ocelot since the last game. So he says that he abandoned her, meaning Russia, during the Cold War. And he said, Metal Gear, I'm not stealing it, I'm taking it back to the Patriots. The Lali Lule Lo. And that's about all we got there. And then, oh yeah, this whole weird thing of I kind of called to attention that he's really leaning on that left arm, like he's using the left arm a lot, so he has some kind of prosthetic or something. But no, it's Liquid's arm, and he just suddenly gets possessed by Liquid. The voice and everything. Very, very interesting. I got you on that hydrate. Got to stay as hydrated as Metal Gear Ray. And now the whole ship sank. Also, you see the way Ray jumped out the water? He got hoop dreams. Scientists had to make thousands of calculations to create the atomic bomb and determine its effects. Computers and atomic bombs, both products of World War II, grew up together.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion. What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person, in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the codec button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the codec button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. So, Mateus says, suffering from getting all the dog tags in the tanker. I got most of them on that run, but I'm not really making a big effort to do so on this playthrough because I already have another save file dedicated to, like already got dog tags on a lot of difficulty levels. Like, pretty complete save file at this point. Still got a couple more to do, but like, that's going to be the one I care more about. But I still go non-lethal and I still collect them for fun because that's how I like to play. So there's a lot going on here. Raiden. This is not the voice we're used to, obviously. Very, very obviously. I wish, like, I wish I could convey how excited I was as a kid when I got to this part. So I was at a friend's place, and there's just bugs everywhere too. I was at a friend's place and we were playing it, and he had never played Metal Gear Solid, and we were playing it together, and the tanker was cool, like going through that initial section, and we didn't know this was gonna happen, and we're like, what's that voice? You know, who is this or whatever, right? This is a different voice. And then they're calling him Snake and everything's all weird, and then I hear Campbell. And I'm like freaking out. I'm like, yo, that's Campbell. He has no idea what I'm even talking about because he didn't play the original game. I'm like, yo, that's Colonel Campbell. And he's like, all right, cool. I'll take your word for it. All right. I don't actually know. There is something that I can get, right? Or is that another difficulty? It's like an Easter egg thing. Maybe. I actually did play VR missions back in the day. I didn't beat all of them.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gurlukovich man.
Gurlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Okay, so we've officially locked in the timeline. I know what it is, but I'm not spoiling things. I'm trying to treat this like it's, blind or something. Stepping on all these bugs. So we've officially locked in the timeline now. Shadow Moses was 4 years ago, and Shadow Moses was 2005. So this puts us in 2009, and we know the hangar happened, or the tanker happened 2 years ago. So in 2007. So it's all officially locked in now. I think that's our first, real confirmation. Maybe the Marine Commander mentioned 2 years ago with Shadow Moses, but I don't know if he did. I know he mentioned Shadow Moses, but I don't remember him saying a year.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Also, we could have actually jumped in the water earlier, but there's no real need to. Just a note. I know I don't have the webcam on, so you can't see it, but I was smiling like an idiot waiting on... Did you say nerd? Not nerd. Node. Love that. Such a classic. So many classics in this game. So the radar thing actually comes back into play here. Be Shoggoth. I like how your birthday can be after where the game takes place. So the radar setting that I picked at the beginning of the game, we can change here. You could change like vibration and all kinds of stuff. Captions.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the pause button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Oh, they lost a star. They're waking up. Yeah, I always like that. His name is his handle is Raiden. Call him Raiden. Okay, Jack. Immediately. There's a cool little Easter egg thing there, which I want to point out. The little like speech about the Soliton radar is almost like word for word what Mei Ling said in Metal Gear Solid. Just a cool little Easter egg.
What's up, Jack?
It's Raiden.
Hang in there.
Nope, nothing. Okay.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
In fact, this whole little sequence here is kind of like a big Easter egg homage or whatever to the previous game.
Secure the perimeter.
Because we had a similar situation where we had to wait for the elevator to come down. We came in from the water, similar to this. I mean, very, very different circumstances as to like what led to it. But it is like a nice throwback. Bye. Now let me get that ration. Walk right past that nerd.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
All right, a couple fun things we can do here. We can get this item. Yeah, we actually start with nothing. There's bird crap all over, and if we run through it, we actually slip and fall.
That area is caked with seagull droppings. You'll slip if you run over it. Be careful.
Yep. So even the elevator scene is kind of like a nice throwback. There is something you can do where if you're looking up... There we go! I got it right away.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood? I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
You know, something just crossed my mind. In Sonic 2, there's Oil Ocean Zone. Is that just like a big-ass oil spill or something? Never considered that before. So we know there's already, like, some interesting stuff going on, because what we saw 2 years ago, we're getting some conflicting information. Now, there's something we could have done when we were on the tanker, but it would not have carried over for this, so I held off. Okay, it's the triggers. So we can do pull-ups. We have a grip gauge, and it says level 1, so that tells you that there's probably other levels, right? Now you have to do quite an excessive amount. You gotta do like 100 to level it up, and I think you can go to level 3. So you gotta do like 200 total. Takes a while. I'm probably gonna go ahead and grind out like a level here or something. It's not that necessary, but it can be helpful. Also, why am I hurt? Did slipping on the bird crap hurt me? I just realized that. Very interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on for sure. Because what we were involved, like all we've heard so far from this side is the oil spill stuff. Obviously, we haven't heard anything about the Metal Gear from 2 years ago. And then they're saying that Snake sunk the tanker. So what we already saw was like the photographic evidence and stuff, right? I mean, the game already mentioned that. Oh, is that actually a thing? How have I never noticed that before? Oh, it's on the left side too. Yeah, it's a border on both sides. I was like, how have I never noticed that? Actually, I still wonder how I haven't noticed it. We'll be here for a little bit, working on these exercises. I think if I call right now, they'll say something maybe.
If you fall from that height, you would never make it. Climb up before your grip gauge runs out.
Don't even think about letting go, okay?
We can talk to them once I level it up. There's going to be something for that. Just kind of a, you did it. You leveled up your grip gauge. He's like, no, I got to get jacked. No time to deal with terrorists. I got to get jacked. I used to do this on the tanker as well. Like when I was a kid, I just always thought like, I'm going to level up the grip gauge to max because I can. Even though it's like barely useful. There's one spot, so we could talk a little bit about the section where the speech was happening and we took the pictures. Because I didn't want to talk over the speech too much. Like I said, a lot of people don't really hear that speech they're not as focused on hearing the speech. Or if you're watching a playthrough, a lot of people just kind of talk over it. And I think there's a lot of cool information and stuff that's missed out there. So during that, you can actually, from the top level, you can like drop down, like let go, you can like flip over the rail like this and then let go, grab on while you're falling to a level below, and then you can like climb, you can like hang across, go across to the side. And I think you can do it with level 1 grip gauge, but it's a very, very, very difficult like timing. So having a level 2 grip gauge is better. And allows you to go through those upper floors, which is just kind of an easier route, but it's a little difficult to pull off. I've done it before, but to me it wasn't worth it, because I kept dying trying to do the fall. Because then if you miss, you fall too far and you just die. If you miss the grabbing onto the second ledge. So it's a bit of a pain. This is not your primary objective. I highly disapprove. He finds a weight room in the big shell. He's like, oh wait, hold up. Yo, to be fair, his grip gauge, look, I mean, it gets low and he still has the energy to pull himself up and do flips like that. That's kind of legit. I think we might be getting kind of in the ballpark of leveling up. So how many do we do each time, roughly? That's 3, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's about 9 or 10, so we gotta do this about 12 times on average, probably. So yeah, I feel like we should be getting close. There we go.
If you fall from that height, you
Already heard that. Maybe I have to ungrip before they'll say it. So we leveled it up. I thought they called right away, like, you leveled up your grip gauge. So now we can do even more, and it's a lot easier to level up the grip gauge again. Rather, you don't have to, like, flip over as much, because you can just stay longer. I guess they don't want to talk to me, okay. Calling me about that hole there.
ride and look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button, then move the left thumbstick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
So this is a weird, like, fourth wall thing that the game is doing because... Oh, hang on.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
So, I think they may have even used the name Force 21 in Metal Gear Solid. But even if they didn't, they talked a lot about VR in Metal Gear Solid. And then you had the standalone game VR missions. So there's a lot of references to that. That's kind of the fourth wall part, where it talks about, like, this is different from VR. They're kind of referencing that game. But also, the whole VR thing is an in-universe thing, where they, all these soldiers have been trained with VR. Because we heard about that in the last game. And again, I think they may have used the name Force 21, but that name has come up in this game when we were reading some of the briefings and stuff.
I'll
go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Necessary cartwheel.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
All right, so normally I go for about 4 hours on my streams. We're coming up on 4 hours, but I know where I'm going to stop, so it's actually going to be a little bit later than that. I know the scene, like, I want to get through. I don't need a distraction, I can just do that. Now we get the bomb music. This game has really good music. All the stuff in the big shell is really good. So I don't really have any anything good to use right now, so let's just go.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it! Cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
I just got you on that drink redeem. You call up real quick.
Raiden, stay out of sight at all costs. The bridge is too narrow to offer any way out. If you're spotted, you won't last too long. The sentries aren't checking over the railings. Hanging will let you travel right in their blind spot. Try hanging.
And we'll call up Rose. There's probably
Jack, do you need to save?
maybe dialogue, maybe not. I could probably say no save if I care about how many saves are on my completion rank, but I really don't care that much.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
All right, so another thing, by the way, in the movies, sometimes you have these weird model glitches where they kind of double up. Not a lot I can do about that. I haven't found a way to fix it.
Raiden, your grip has gotten stronger. Guess your hard work has paid off.
Jack, you're great.
Yeah, I was expecting that earlier. I don't know why it took so long. Maybe because they hadn't taught me about hanging yet. I don't know. I think it's just a consequence of the widescreen and stuff. But they get that kind of glitchy model thing. It looks like they're moving real fast or something. So it's unfortunate, but it's not the worst thing. And yeah, that's what... I thought it was amusing because I had already planned on replaying all these, and you showed up on the stream, and I was like, what an interesting name. Also, I really was thinking about waiting until April, and I was going to sync it up where I would play this game on the 29th, just so it would be like a little fourth wall thing. Like I'm playing this game, and they're saying, what's tomorrow? April 30th. I really almost did that, but I was like, man, I want to replay these games now. I don't want to wait. That's a long ways away.
What's going on? Alpha, respond!
Are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
the floating shadow.
Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you? It has to be.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Sam,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
Alrighty then. Let's call him. We gotta call him to remember the number. So.
He's asleep?
First of all, I got that hydrate. That drink, whichever one I want. Same thing. Hydrate, I got that. Definitely is an interesting place to put the knife, yep. Yeah, flying with grace. Vamp is an interesting character. Shadow was using the magazine, yep. It's good stuff. I mean, to be fair, he's like right here. Play with the nerd. Let's call people.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The President is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The President is in danger. Go now.
Jack, is that you?
No, it's actually not.
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong, it's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Strange conversation.
That's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
Alrighty, so lots of things to think about there, I would say. Certainly does look and sound a lot like Solid Snake, I would say. Is that one? Oh. Got a couple lockers to check here. Then we got this one. Anyone want to talk about this?
That's a transformer board over there. You can open
not
and close the door by pushing the action button when you're in front of the door.
I don't think that's a transformer, dude.
That's a transformer.
No, that's not a transformer.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her. Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Now that that scene has happened, let me introduce you to one of my favorite buttons on my soundboard.
A dud! A dud! A dud!
All right. So we saw the little thing during the Pliskin discussion where they showed Fat Man, Fortune, Vamp, and George Sears as the 4 members of Dead Cell. And, you know, they've explicitly referred to her as Fortune now. We've obviously seen Vamp. So, good stuff going on there. Very interesting scene. Let's just call people up real quick. You still sleeping? Yep.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move.
Don't you mean transformer boards?
And locate the bomb disposal expert. Take the BC connecting bridge on the north side of Strut B to get to C.
Diffuse the transformer boards.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Save and then see if you have new conversation. Talk about what tomorrow is.
Jack, when you get home, let's have a homecoming party. Just the 2 of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner. Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster? I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too.
Whew.
Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation. Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry.
I love it. So I take it she's a good cook. What do we have here? Stun grenade? Chaff grenade. It's like I couldn't quite read it. Strut C Dining Hall. I used to spend way too much time kicking these plants as a kid. I just thought it was so cool that like the little leaves would fall down and stuff. And a game with a reflection. Poster. I think we can get a conversation here.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. The bomb disposal expert is somewhere in Strut C where you currently are. Locate him and request his assistance.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
I wonder if they made him switch controller ports when he fought Foxhound.
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
I can keep doing this all day, game.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood? That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago, the tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a two-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure. Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items.
Not true.
You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result. The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do earlier when I was trying to hit the guy in the nuts. Right, is he still sleeping, by the way?
Wish I were that relaxed.
One more.
All right. He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
What a weirdo.
Alrighty. Probably call Rose in a moment just to see if there's any dialogue there. Oh, I got a call. Hang on. Because we're in the women's bathroom. You know someone's gonna say something. Maybe.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
I don't remember that one. The sympathize part got me.
So, Jack, what do you want?
What do I want? Well, I'd like to save, if that's okay.
Then go ahead.
What? I don't remember this. I won't make you save or do not save.
This is a joke, right? Rose.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Save my data, please.
Fine. Don't you have something you want to say before that?
Like what?
Ugh.
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. There. You satisfied?
Close enough.
You selfish.
What was that?
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
See ya.
Definitely not.
Perfect timing on that. The women's bathroom is a sacred place. Apparently to them.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you 2 with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away.
Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use the system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on shell 1, another 6 on shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Writing, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Kodak from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
All right. So, a lot of stuff going on there. Pretty basic though. It's literally like, hey, we gotta take care of these bombs. That's the bulk of what I wanted to get to today. I think we knock on the door, he'll say stuff.
Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Never mind about me. Get on with disposing of those bombs.
No. I'll get that hydrate in a moment because we're going to wrap up in a few moments, so I'll just wait until I turn the camera on real quick. I'm going to do one thing here, though, because of the way the save system works. It can be a little weird. I want to make sure it doesn't put me in a weird spot. I guess I'll explain what I mean. So, when you walk into a floor, or like into a map, that's kind of like the game kind of takes a snapshot there. And you can do stuff on the map, and then if you save, that won't necessarily be saved, right? So that's why I'm saying I'll just go ahead and do this floor real quick, which isn't going to take long, and then we'll wrap up when I transition screens. See, the leaves just stayed here. That's so cool to me. If we came in here earlier, we could have already seen this. In fact, I didn't mention it, but you could hear it earlier.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Alright, let's have a couple other conversations real quick.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Okay. But exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly. If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4. Rosemary researched Fortune for you.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
Raiden, I trust that you don't actually believe what that guy Pliskin told you, right?
I believe him. There's something about him, like an iron will. Enough to trust.
Raiden. He's not included in the simulation. Don't trust him, ever. You got it?
Roger that.
Move in close to the enemy when you have no weapon selected. You can throw him with the weapon button. The throw inflicts greater damage than the punch. Keep that in mind.
Alright, that should be it.
Move in behind the enemy and press the weapon button without moving the left thumbstick. You can put him in a chokehold. If you keep applying the choke, you can take him out altogether. The level of lethality is strictly your choice.
So we'll call up Pliskin a couple times until he's kind of done.
Where are you? What are you embarrassed about? You're on a mission. Anything goes.
Pliskin.
I've snuck into similar places in the past myself.
Huh?
Raiden, another C4 down. There was one planted pretty high up on the ceiling. The coolant spray couldn't reach that far, so I had to get up on a stand and do it.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any. Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle. People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell. Fat Man. Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
Pliskin, what do you know about Stillman?
He's a bomb disposal expert, probably the best in the world.
What else?
What do you mean?
Like why he retired.
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Then get back to work defusing those C4s. If there's something you need to know about Stillman, go ask him yourself.
Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad? Did you know they were used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take care of it. Don't bother me.
Damn.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, no. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. The coolant spray that you have is great for freezing the C4 set by Fat Man.
All right, so we're done.
After you equip the spray, you can discharge the coolant by pressing the weapon button. When the coolant is exposed to the open air, it changes into a gel and adheres to the C4 and stays at a low temperature. Spray a lot of coolant to cover the C4 and make sure that it won't melt away. This means that once you coat the C4 with this stuff, you can assume it won't explode. You've got enough there so you don't have to worry about running out. It's important to remember that once you equip yourself with the spray, you won't be able to move. If an enemy approaches while you're spraying the coolant, the best thing to do is put it away and hide. On top of dealing with the C4, you can use the spray against an enemy. Don't forget that.
Whatever.
So we could check with Stillman again.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
And that's it. Okay. So as I mentioned, the save system can be kind of weird. So I want to make sure that bomb actually gets saved. So we're going to go out here and then we're going to save. We're going to wrap up.
Jack, is that you?
It's actually not. Surprise. Surprise, motherfucker.
I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Peg-Leg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
Alrighty, so first and foremost, thank you to anyone who showed up today, whether you are lurking or chatting. I do appreciate it. I am going through the entire Metal Gear Solid series, so if you're interested in that or some of the other stuff I have going right now, Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud, I do Genshin Impact every Sunday night, so I'll be back in about 3 hours with that. It's very quick. And I do coding streams twice a week as well. I program in Rust and I'm doing a roguelike tutorial. So if you're interested in any of that, definitely hit that follow button. Mateus just dropped one. I'm going to turn the alerts back on. Mateus just dropped one. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is my Saturday, Sunday time day stream time slot. So it's about 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Central my time. That's a weird way to say it. 10 a.m. my time. I'm in Central. I'm in Texas. So there you go. So I will not be back on this until Saturday, unfortunately. But we got some decent progress today. A decent start here. Pretty happy. I love this game so much. Glad to be playing it. So aside from just following here on Twitch, you can also head over to YouTube where the streams go live 2 weeks after they're live here on Twitch. And you could do all the fun stuff while you're over there. Also, if you're in the future watching this on YouTube, congrats on being in the future. You know how it works. Like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, leave a comment. I do read and respond to my comments, so I really do appreciate them. Lastly, if you have a problem with Twitch notifications being delayed, never been a problem for me, but I have had complaints in the past where people don't get them for like an hour or more after I start streaming. You can follow me on Twitter where I tweet when I go live. That's about it. So that is the bulk of it. And thank you for being here and hanging out and everything. I appreciate it. And I'll turn the camera on. I'll just down the rest of this water. Alrighty. Until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago.
A dud!